Good morning, Apris. Hey, Calver. Got a very large shipment of dice yesterday. So here I am finishing up unpacking these guys. That's going to day boring as fuck. Oh yeah. I believe you. I think with this dice order, get out of here, mosquito. I'm gonna start working on what I'm going to take with me to Emerald City. So I'm gonna bring out a table and start setting things up. That way I can also look for that set of dice that's been haunting me for forever. Yes, I'm going to be at practice this weekend.
It goes on and on. Has had no beginning.
I'm not leaving until March.
And he thinks that this thought he is thinking.
I just wanted to make sure I get it done way beforehand.
Many number of times.
So my setup for Emerald City is not rough.
Leap of such logic that it
I haven't touched your shield at all. So it's not finished. It's on the list of things to do. And I know for a fact that Albert is going to be having a forge soon. So I will, if you've already told him what you want done on it, we'll direct him to get that shield done. Or I can work on it too. I mean, it doesn't matter. It'll happen. It'll happen. I've been holding on to your shield for a while now. Sets. Oh, fuck, why am I so yawny today? I had plenty of sleep. drive around some important governmental officials. You get to stand around for a while, just watching people do stuff, making sure they don't steal any governmental secrets. More to go. And then I'll do a inventory. So what's on the agenda today? Oh, yawn my fucking eyes out for no reason. I have finished these guys, add them in an inventory, then everything I normally do. So we're going to be pulling out dice, making dice. We may not sand dice today because I want to make room for setup. But if we have plenty of time, which I don't think we will. Hey Mom, how's it going? Just a reminder for, is there anything you want me to get for Richmond? Not that I can think of. Like grids and stuff. So, no, I don't have 2 corners for that show. I have 1 corner for that show. God. I do not have the money to be doing that. I don't know. Let me think about that. Right, that's why I said let me think about it. Because if you're going to be driving, then you'll have room for it. Music. Because you'd need grid wall holders, grid wall hooks, but depending on how you want to display things, you could get pegboards or grid walls or slat walls, or it's like a lot of things that could be done. Do you have 6 foot clearance in your car? Do you want them smaller? Because you could get away with the 4x2s, or hell, you could probably even get away with just 2x2 squares. Yeah, I don't do glass anymore on my shelves. I do wood, which is just much better. So I would suggest 5 or 6, probably 6 grid wall pieces at whatever size that you can handle. So if you want to get 6 foot pieces, then that would work. But if you can't fit 6 foot pieces, then 4 foot ones would be good. Then you would need these slats to hold them, which I only do 2 shelves per section. So that would be 4 per section. You want to get the short ones so that you're not having them stick out halfway over your table. Fuck, what's that? I also got these guys too. These are 1-1 counters for Magic. You spin it, and it gives you different numbers. It's double-sided. So you can tell what numbers are what. I got them in the basic colors. We got white, green, blue, red, black. And then we have gray. And they look like little bottle caps, but These are counters. I'm actually a little mad because this is supposed to, this one here is supposed to denote black, but it is denoting, it is gray. I was a little mad because I was hoping that this would be black, like this black, but and then, as Apris so rightly stated, I could probably print this out myself. And the answer to that is yes, I can. I just need to create the design for it. Which, if I get brave enough, at some point, I'll pop this apart. But anyways. I've authorized the payment to Twitch. We'll be fine. Yeah, Mom, I'll get that to you. Organizing is always good. That. All right, back to work. My next show is Seattle, up in Washington, Richmond, and then LA. Those are my next 3 shows. After that, I have a good amount of time not doing much until the last or second to last week of April, where I am doing another California Con. And honestly, I better do really good at these shows. Emerald City, I'm not worried about. Richmond, I'd be happy if I make my money back on it. And same for WonderCon. Although if it didn't glow up like LA Comic Con did, then I would be over the fucking moon. My goal for next month is 20,000 in sales, which I easily think I could do. Emerald City is going to net me, I would hope. It's going to net me at least $10,000 in sales, which is great. I would hope. And why I think it is it's going to be a little confusing because the place did just go through a renovation, but I didn't have cubes during that time. Sounds good, Apris. I didn't have cubes during that time. I only started selling about halfway through last year. And my cubes are always fucking hot ticket items. So I expect to sell more than, not expect. I expect to sell 10,000. I hope, given the circumstances, that I would sell more than that. And then for for Richmond and WonderCon, if I sell 5,000, which is about standard for what I expect a normal show to do, then that would hit me to my my 20,000 in sales. So I think it's doable. 20,000 in sales is going to help a lot. Ain't going to solve all of my problems. But as I had mentioned before, with the new way that we are tracking expenses and with the future position 2. And being a little more smart about picking shows, it's gonna help a lot. Apris and I've counted it. We're about 70,000 in debt. I'm at the point right now that I can't literally pay for anything because all of my cards are all maxed out, basically. So everything's going to have to wait till after Emerald City to get paid. Emerald City was really good. Oops, wrong one. Emerald City, of course, was really good last year. Just I had to control costs, and I'm doing that this time. Oh, Mom. If you want to bring a light up dice, that would be great. Because for the life of me, I just can't get a hold of light up dice anymore. Every single time I try to buy some, it always gets the order refunded, or it never comes, or I get garbage. So, if you have some light ups, I won't be able to bring any out. It upsets me because why are you allowing me to buy 10 of them if you can't? God damn it! Fuck. Why are you allowing me to buy 10 of them if you can't stock 10 of them? And then you immediately tell me afterwards you can't stock 10 of them. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And 20. 30. 40. 50. 60. 65. My inventory sheet. Looks like one of my packages have been delivered. $20. 30. 40. 50. 60. 70. 80. 90. 100. Woo! 100 sets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 110. 110. 37. 6. All right. So officially, yeah, metal sets, especially solid metal sets, are massive amount of my inventory. 16.3%, with metal dice being 25% of my inventory. Right now. .5% of my inventory is metal sets of dice right now, which is great. Great, grand, wonderful. I'm up to almost $40,000 in inventory. Am I going to sell $40,000? Fuck no, I'm not. But that's still really fucking cool. Okay. Yeah, we're just a hair under $40,000 in inventory. So we're doing good. And that's not counting everything that I made dice-wise so far. Because since I haven't completed them in the painting step yet, I'm not counting any of those ones. Which there's a lot. There's a fuck ton over there. So, we'll see. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. When I come back, we're going to go pull apart those sets of dice. What animal should I use today? time like that. Okay. I'm gonna do the pink or the purple ones today, and then I'll pre-record one for tomorrow. I should have did the pink ones for Valentine's Day now that I think about it. But oh well. Damn it, ruin everything. Won't you, fucking camera? That one broke on me. Let's try it again. That's a good one. Well, I'll go back because for that next. I was trying to think if I should do some sort of Valentine's Day deal, but I don't even know what I would do rather than a giveaway, and I really don't want to do one of those yet. No, that makes sense. I should have put I should have gave you some of my Valentine's Day heart boxes. I had gotten to that Valentine's Day market, I was going to ask for some of them. There's been no direct message from that. I got in, so I'll just try one for the future. Yeah, sounds about right. Doesn't sound like they're too organized. There we go. These purple ones came out perfect too. Ooh, love that. Let's look for okay. Wow. If you didn't get charged for it, I assume that you're not in it. I also started putting a little bit of like shimmer inside of the colors, so they have a little bit more character. Production only meant that I had 2 weeks to pay before. Yeah, I'll send you a picture as soon as I get this done. Actually, it's downloading. I can send you a picture now. Okay, can we get camera? Focus, please. No, not at all. Jesus. There. I just sent you one. Too much sun. Too much sun. Actually. There we go. I had to shave a tiny bit because my mustache was getting very annoying. So I ended up trimming, and then I trimmed the soul patch right there. Feel much better. There, one down. What? Make sure this time that the holes are big enough on these so I don't have to destroy my hand. So, Apris and I watched Field of Dreams last night. And it is that that one got a little too much. And it is that baseball movie from 1989 with Kevin Costner in it and a bunch of other people that don't matter. Oh, well, James Earl Jones was in there too. And basically, it follows a crazy dude who starts hearing voices and, like, starts doing what the voices do, and the voices tell him to build a baseball field, but then all these ghosts come out of nowhere of, like, old baseball players, and that makes him embark onto this transcontinental quest to... I don't fucking know. To like go and solve the mystery of why whatever voice is speaking to him or whatever. And it's supposed to be this feel-good story about like healing your inner child and making amends with, you know, family figures or whatever. But what I got from that movie is why did any of that happen? I'm gonna tell you right now, I gave it about 7.5. I thought it was an entertaining movie and it was good, but the whole middle of the movie didn't need to exist. So if you haven't watched Field of Dreams and you want to, and somehow you think this is a spoiler alert, you know, get out of here or whatever. But this dude has a bad falling out with his dad concerning, you know, being a teenager, but it was focused around baseball, and his dad died before he was able to, like, apologize for being an asshole 17-year-old, because that's basically the default setting for every 17-year-old ever. So this dude, Iowa farmer, starts hearing voices in the field, basically stating, if you build it, they will come, which is where that famous line comes from. If you build it, they will come. And it ends up convincing him somehow, some way, by hallucination, that he was meant to build a baseball field in the middle of his cornfield. So with a very minimal amount of convincing, he convinces her to spend all of their life savings and put their farm at risk by plowing over farmland to build a baseball field. So, builds baseball fields, nothing happens for months and months and months, and the central conflict the story emerges is that he was a fucking idiot, and he spent his life savings and also destroyed valuable farmland to build this super blah 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 baseball diamond in his own backyard. So while they're having an argument about money, argument is a hard word for it, because they actually do it very adult-like. Yeah, they did it very adult-like, so it wasn't like, they're sitting there screaming at each other. They're having a conversation, and things get a little heated. But during that conversation, their daughter reveals that a man is in the baseball diamond, and he's like, and everything stops for them to do that. So he ends up meeting Shoeless Joe Jackson, someone who had died fucking 20 years before. And they end up playing a little bit of baseball together, but then the central theme starts to emerge where, okay, well, he built this baseball diamond, but what is he going to do with it? And he gets another message from whatever. Yeah, I'm going to get to that in a minute. He gets another message in the field to ease his pain or whatever. So they shoehorn in this scene where they have to go to a PTA meeting, and the PTA meeting is about banning books, and they hear about, or not hear about, but they talk about an author who wrote quote-unquote subversive books, and that author just happens to be the guy that they have to go and heal their pain. Like, it was very... This is a magic movie. Like, nothing here has any logic whatsoever. And if we are to believe that, then we are to become much better at suspending our belief for this thing, for this movie. So he somehow ends up convincing his wife again, despite their money problems, despite everything that's going on, despite the bank banging on their door to foreclose and sell on their farm, he somehow convinces her to drive all the way to Boston. They're in Iowa, by the way. Drive all the way to Boston so that he can meet this author. And they ended up convincing her, because they had the same dream together. That he went to Boston and he went and saw a Red Sox game with this author or whatever. So despite her very valid concerns of like, hey, you can't be leaving right now, we have a lot of problems going on, that changed suddenly to, I'll pack your bags. Which I guess if you guys are having simultaneous dreams, maybe you should listen to that. I don't know. Anyways, he drives to Boston and ends up kidnapping the dude, which is played by James Earl Jones. And they go see a Red Sox game or whatever. And in the middle of the game, he gets another hallucination, gets another vision or whatever of somebody called Midnight something, I don't care. Midnight Joe, who cares? It's a fucking stupid name. And he hears the phrase, go the distance. So he ends up taking Terrence, or Terry as EB's calls, back home. And he's like, man, that's all I can do. That's all you can do. There's nothing else left. And he ends up stopping and saying, I heard the voice too, in his incredible Mufasa voice. And they end up going and driving to fucking... Oh, this is a ruined one. God damn it. Alright, well, I got room. I need to pay attention when I'm pouring these a little bit better. That's ruined. Anyways, so they find this person, Midnight, whatever, I don't know what his fucking name was. Midnight Joe, just call him Midnight Joe. Who cares? It doesn't matter. And it tells them to drive all the way to fucking Minnesota. So they drove from Iowa to Boston, Boston to Minnesota, And they go and research this dude called Midnight Joe or whatever, which just happened to be a major league player back in the 50s or whatever who played one inning of baseball, and then he ended up not doing it, jumped out of the major leagues, and ended up becoming a doctor, where he was like a cool charity guy and did a whole bunch of stuff, but he ended up passing away. And they do some research there or whatever, and then like Kevin Costner's character is just kind of walking down the street, and then he sees this dead guy. So they have a conversation at their office like it's normal, like he was alive anyways. So what was the fucking point of having him dead in the first place? And he tells him basically that, you know, it was my dream to play baseball, but I didn't want to go back to the minor leagues again, so I ended up dropping it to do whatever. And then they have an argument, a little bit of an argument about like, well, it would have made people go insane if someone was so close to their dreams and they never ended up attaining them. And he's like, well, I became a doctor anyways, so if I wasn't a doctor, then I would have saved all these lives or whatever. Basically meaning like, yes, you know, your dreams matter, but like, yeah, they don't define you, kind of thing to it. So after that conversation with another dead guy, and not in this field of dreams or whatever, they determine that they're going to go back home, and Terrence, whatever his name is, Terrence Mann, end up going with him as well, because he was like, oh, I'll go to Boston or drop you off at Boston first. And he's like, no, I'm coming with you. And it's like, okay, well, he's coming with. Go and see whatever the fuck he's going to see. So they drive back to Iowa from Minnesota. And on the way, they pick up a baseball player, just a guy on the street. And he's like, my name is Andrew, blah, blah, blah. I play baseball. And they're like, hey, thank you for picking me up. I play baseball. And they're like, they look at each other. And then they're driving along. It's like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm going to go, you know, find a place where, like, I can play baseball. And they'll find me a job so I can play baseball. Oh, by the way, my name is the exact same fucking name as that doctor was. And they're like, Andrew, whatever, the fuck, whatever. So they drive back, and they're watching some of the baseball players play, because they got more baseball players, because even more baseball players wanted to play. And again, the only people who can see this are the ones that are in on it. So the central conflict comes back with the brother of the wife or whatever saying like, hey, the bank's going to foreclose. I'm trying to get you a sweetheart deal so that you can keep the house or whatever, but like, we need to make a decision or we're going to foreclose on you, and blah, 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 blah. And he ends up not signing. The dude yells at his daughter, which, first of all, if you yell at my kid like that, you're not welcome in my house anymore. So get the fuck out of here. But then it gets even worse, because after he says to sign, or he's not signing, then she says, oh, they'll come, they'll blah, 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 and none of it made sense. None of it made sense, so I don't really care what really was said. Basically, she said that, you know, if you build it, they'll come, and we'll save the farm by, you don't have to sell the farm because then they'll come and pay and see, and blah, 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 all this stupid stuff. So probably the most contentious part of this movie was the brother-in-law, or the sister's brother, assaults the child. Literally, like, telling their family that they're turning her crazy, and picks her up for whatever reason. If you touch my child on my property without my permission, like that, you are getting a fistful of dollars in your face. You're getting a fistful of something in your face, because you do not touch someone else's child like that, especially if you're angry or trying to force them to do something, you don't do that. So, in the scuffle of trying to get their child back, which this is not how it would have went. If it were me, well, let me tell you what happened. In the scuffle of it, she ends up falling off the benches and literally just going unconscious. And they're like, "Oh, what's going on? What's going on?" I'm gonna call the ambulance, and then the Kevin Costner's character is like, "No, don't call an ambulance. Wait a minute." And the new player that they picked up, on the way that they were driving, they were playing baseball a minute ago, but he ends up crossing over the line of the field, which represents like the end of where those ghosts could go, or whatever the fuck they were. He ends up crossing over, and then he turns back into his, and then he changes into the doctor that he turned into being, which is really nice and poetic, and I'll get into that into a minute. But he ends up just saying, "Oh yeah, no, she's choking. Bop bop, she's done. She's alive. It's all good and dandy." Although the fact that the actress who played that character was literally like she was fucking dead. Like, she wasn't choking or wheezing or hacking or anything like that. She just was eating a hot dog, got knocked off a bench, and started choking on it. So, after that, he's like, "Oh, well, my job's done. I'm going to go walk out into the field creepily." And he ends up walking out in the field creepily because he was a fucking dead guy in the first place. And then, so that part's over. The brother is like, "Where did all those baseball players come from? I need a drink." And then he leaves and exits, which is fucking lame. Just the fucking lamest way you could possibly have done that. So the last little bit of the movie goes, and it's basically like, they invite Terrence Mann to go to the afterlife or whatever, and Kevin Costner gets all pissed off because he's like, "Well, I wanted to go see what's back there. Well, I did all of this stuff, and where's my happy ending?" And magically out of nowhere, his father shows up. His father being, the guy who they originally had this familiar conflict with, and he played baseball, but like by the time he knew his dad, he was all like used up and stuff, and not following his dreams or whatever. And then they have this like heartfelt like talk, and then they throw baseballs, and then the movie ends by like a line of people driving up to their driveway and like wanting to presumably pay for something or whatever. If you build it, they will come. The adage for that one. That movie made no fucking sense. I do not understand why it was nominated for an Oscar. And Apris probably had the best point. It's like, you got to look at the actors who played in there and the what was going on at the time. And I can see a lot of baseball nostalgia coming around in the 80s. All this crazy shit going on in the world, and we were all always looking back towards a time where things were much more simpler and more apparently racist. But what was the fucking point of all of that? What was the point of all of that? Now let me tell you about what I thought was good. I liked the theme behind the movie, stating, follow your dreams, go the distance, do what you can, but like don't be like too angry that you missed out on your dream, because you could be way more important in other ways, or you could be way more useful in other ways, or you could come to find that maybe that wasn't your dream after all. And that's portrayed with the doctor character, where he's like, yeah, I played in the major leagues for, X amount of one inning, and, I felt that, at the season end, they were going to put me back to the minor leagues. So I quit while I was ahead and became a doctor. And he ended up, like, saving lives and being a philanthropist and doing all this really cool stuff. So, just because you don't obtain your dream doesn't mean it's over. And obviously, this had very much, like, heal your child overtones to it. Where he ended up finally meeting his father in, like, the prime of his youth. And, reconciled with him in the end over, what was said and done while he was a teenager. I get that. I understand that. And I think that's probably why it's got its Oscar. Talking about the movie Field of Dreams. That's what we're doing. But it was so awkwardly handled. Oh my god, it was so awkwardly handled. It feels like they had an idea, but then they also had these famous people, and then they, like, wanted to come up with the reason for the movie. It felt like while I was watching that movie that they were trying to explain why they were doing this movie. The whole middle of that movie did not need to happen. The whole middle of that movie did not need to happen. At all. Him driving out to fucking Boston to pick up somebody, to drive out to Minnesota, to then drive back to Iowa. Like, what? That was so awkwardly handled. Why did you have to do any of that? Why couldn't Terrence Mann been an author in Iowa City, by the way. And he's like at that PTA meeting talking about censorship. Like, I wrote these books. Now I'm being censored for what? But they didn't do it that way. They just did it. They did it the fucking weird ass, dumbass way that they did. So they had to drive all the way out of the place. Drive out to nowhere to fucking do this, where they could have just saw a movie in, like, I don't know, whatever fucking stadium that's nearby in Iowa City. They could have just drove to go see a movie there. And then going to see Midnight, whatever his name is, Midnight Joe. Just call everybody Joe, because that's everybody's name in fucking baseball. Midnight Joe, by driving to another fucking city, finding out he's dead, and then awkwardly having a conversation with a dead guy in his office, where you could have just fucking had that in the first place. So, why? Couldn't they have just, like, oh, this is another local baseball legend that ended up living near Iowa? If they're driving a couple of hours, that's cool. But they end up living near Iowa, and he did all this stuff, and they go see him, and then they have a conversation with him on his, like, deathbed or something. You're like, you almost touched your dreams, and aren't you mad that you didn't? And he'd be like, well, I lived a full old life, and blah, 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 blah. And they could even have him die there, or whatever. And then they could still have the ghost form of him coming later in the movie. Like, it just... Why did they do all of that? It made no sense to do all of that. So my edit of Field of Dreams, and I think would have been much better, in my opinion, is that Kevin Costner's character builds this field because he was told to by some unknown force to build this field, and then, just like Shoeless Joe Jackson did, all these other ghosts start showing up of old baseball players, people who've died, but, either didn't obtain their dreams or didn't do something or whatever. And he goes about helping them get their solace, get their eternal rest of, or whatever, or come to find out that, baseball wasn't really their dream. It was, but they found out that they did much better in other places. So they could heal those hurt feelings. And then at the end of the movie, you could still have his whole father moment where he's done all of this stuff for all of these famous baseball players. Now he gets to do it for his father. He gets to reconcile and come to terms with his father's death and how shitty of a kid he was. That would have been much better, and you didn't have to fucking drive all the way to Boston and Missouri and all this stupid shit to do what? To have a conversation with somebody that you could have put narratively in this story 2,000 miles closer. You could have had all these other made-up baseball players that never ended up doing their dreams, and them coming to terms with the fact that, you know what, I did all right. And you could have different stories in there about, that Midnight Joe guy, he wanted to do baseball, and he ended up doing this instead. So, that would actually be really great too, because his ghost part could be really angry. That I only played 1 inning of a major league game and I ended up quitting. Why did I do that? And then you could literally show them, yeah, you only played 1 inning of baseball, but look what you did afterwards. And you became a doctor, and you saved lives, and you helped do this, and you were a philanthropist, and you ended up giving money away, and all of this stuff. Look at all these articles about you in the future. And then him coming to terms with oh, you know what? You're right. I did good. Baseball was my dream, but this was much more important. And then you could have that really cool magic moment where they cross the field, cross that little line of delineation, and he becomes the old man that he died at. And then he can go walk off into the corn like the fucking children of the corn, and with him being a satisfied spirit, stating that, yes, baseball was my dream, and I never really got my dream, but look what I did afterwards. And you could have variations of that, of different baseball players. Fuck, you could have a famous Babe Ruth character, or Jackie Robinson there, and being I died in my prime. I could have done better. I could have did more. And then you'd be look, you are in the Baseball Hall of Fame. You've been in here for 50 years now. Look, everybody looks up to you. Everybody thinks you're amazing. This, you did great. And they'd be you know what? You're right. I did great. I did amazing. And you could make them be okay with these embattled, embroiled feelings that they had, and then you can still have at the end where it's not Kevin Costner's character healing the spirits, easing the pain of these broken baseball players, but now he's doing it for himself because he gets to see his father now, and he gets to come to terms with the fact that, yes, you passed away. You never met my wife and my child because you died before I married, and all of this stuff that happened in the past. I was a fucking stupid ass kid. I wish you could take it back, and blah, 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 blah. And then his dad could come across that line and become his old dad when he died and be I forgive you. And then that would be a much better movie. That would have been much better of a movie. You didn't have to have the bank bullshit there, because honestly, if you plow out a severe diamond, which can't be more than 50 yards or something like that. Not even that, 25 yards. 75, 100 feet of arable farmland, and that pushes you towards bankruptcy. You're not doing your farming very well. You're not doing your land very well. Like what are you even fucking doing there? They didn't have to have the whole bank thing there. They didn't have to have them driving to all these places. They didn't have to have all this essentially bullshit. Because they could have just done it better. That, in my mind, is a much better plot to Field of Dreams than building a baseball diamond, hearing voices, going and driving to Boston, convincing another guy you hear voices, driving to Missouri, go talk to a dead guy, and then come back home and magically everything's fixed. Tell me that would have been a better movie. So, this movie got a 7.5 on IMDb. It was nominated for Best Picture in 1989, and it lost out to Driving Miss Daisy. I haven't seen Driving Miss Daisy, so I don't really know how to compare it to that, but there was another movie there. There's another movie that happened that year that was much, much better, and it didn't win either. I believe at the time it was What Was Happening to Farms, though no magical baseball fields. I get that, but you plowed out fucking 100 square feet, 1,000 square feet of your acres and acres and acres of farm, and you're all of a sudden now like you're bankrupting. I think that you're shoehorning just a little bit too fucking hard. You're shoehorning just a little too hard for the central plot. But what I'm stating is that movie didn't have to be about that. It didn't have to be, you didn't have to have that conflict about, oh, the bank's gonna repossess our house or our farm because we used 10 square feet in the not most productive manner, which just felt really fucking shoehorned. And it takes away from the movie, in my opinion. I get it, I understand it, I know where they're coming from, but no. Right. But I'm talking about the Oscar movie, and how it could be better. I get it that they were trying to portray all this other stuff that was happening at the time, but again, this was such an awkward movie. But what I am stating, though, is there's another movie that came out during that year that it was against. I get that, Mom, but I don't think Uncle Kelly lost the farm because he took 1,000 square feet of his land, used it for another purpose, and went bankrupt for it. It's incredibly shoehorned is what I'm stating. It is simplifying and honestly making the problem that they have kind of comical, which is not what they were trying to do. I don't think. I get it that they're trying to show that farmers are having a hard time, because farmers always have a fucking hard time. But to reduce the difference between them having a comfortable, good life and them going bankrupt and foreclosing on the farm was literally 1,000 feet of farmland. How big is a fucking baseball diamond? Just the infield of a baseball diamond. I'm not trying to state that, you know, the hardships aren't real. I am stating, though, that the hardships are way overblown in this movie, and it takes away from the actual content of the story. So I was actually very, very close. So I was stating just for 100 square feet. 100 feet, 100 by 100. It's actually 90 by 90. So 8,100 square feet. So I was actually pretty close. About 10,000 square feet of land. And you're literally losing your farm because you did that. Now I get it. At the same time, you also spent your whole entire life savings, which would make, which would mean that during months that you aren't making crops, you aren't selling crops, to be much harder, and that's probably why they ended up foreclosing on it. But the problem isn't that they. The problem is not that they. What am I trying to state? The problem is that the central problem that they're framing it as is this land is poorly used. You can use it for crops, and you're running out of money because of it, and not you spent your whole fucking life savings on building a baseball diamond, and look how it made your family do. Like, like, come on, bro. That should have been more of the central theme than, oh, I'm using 8,000 square feet, 8,000 feet, 8,000 square feet to do stuff for something that isn't just strictly farming. So, why am I going on this rant? First of all, this movie could have been much better, and it probably could have won an Oscar if it was much better. Number two, let's do a little more Googling. I would also question that as well, but you got to remember these are Iowa farmers. So, doing a little quick Google search, I would state that I would have an average building cost of about, in today's dollars, about $100,000. So I have between 150 to 400,000. But we're talking about Little League, just the diamond. 55 to 98,000. So I would say about $100,000. So if we go to an inflation calculator, and we state that if we had in 2025, in 2025, we had $100,000. In 1998, that would be $38,000. So, I would expect an Iowa farmer in 1989 to have $38,000 in life savings. Would that be reasonable? And in my opinion, I would think so. Yes. So if we're going to half your lower estimate, that's going to be $82,000. $86,000. So do you think a Iowa farmer at the age of 36, 35, 36 or something like that would have $38,000 in the bank account? And I think that's reasonable. I honestly think that's reasonable. While we're talking about it, I'm going to repair these dice. Okay, so what's the point of this conversation? Other than to talk about a movie that I watched, there was another movie that came out at that same year that was also nominated for Best Picture. Best Picture for that year, one was Driving Miss Daisy. I haven't watched that movie yet, although I probably should, because I think that it'd probably be worthy of its Oscar performance. Oh yeah, there's no objectiveness in judging art. There's no objectiveness in judging art. So it is absolutely 100% subjective. It could wipe out their daily living costs. Not sure about savings. Normally banks give farmers cost of crops and living expenses that gets paid when the crops are sold. Yeah, I got you, Mom. I don't know. I would state that I would expect an Iowa farmer to have $38,000 in savings in 1989. But stop distracting me, Mom. We're moving on. So, there's another movie that came out during that year that was, honestly, in my opinion, much better of a movie. And that was Dead Poets Society, the Robin Williams one, where he plays a serious actor, or a serious role, more or less serious. And that didn't win Best Picture either. But I've seen Dead Poets Society. It's a very powerful movie about growing up and shirking authority for authority's sake and all that kind of stuff. And it hits a lot harder than Field of Dreams ever possibly could. So we're going to compare, because both of these didn't win. Driving Miss Daisy is the one that won. Field of Dreams with Dead Poets Society that came out that exact same year. And you want to tell me that movie deserved to be nominated for Best Picture? And the answer to that is no. No, it did not. It does not. Not compared to it. Which is really the only thing that we can do, because it's not like we could know for certain in an alternate reality, will this win Best Picture or whatever. So, let us throw out some dice. Any of these not salvageable? They all seem to be, so I will throw these ones out. And these guys, the rest of these guys will be spares. Yeah, do that. But no, I don't know how Iowa farmers work. With Dead Poet Society being in the same exact year as Field of Dreams, you cannot tell me that that movie deserved to be on there. So fucking heavy-handed. But that's all I had to say about the movie. It was fun. It was fun to watch. But it had so many glaring like holes. That is a lot of debt, Mom. That is a lot of debt. And here I am worried about a little less than 100,000. But everything is subjective. Yeah. Farm equipment alone puts you in debt. Very expensive. No, I agree. Oh my god. Of course it would do that. Why? Much better. Still trying to repair stuff. Good enough for me. Farming is, in a sense, is kind of odd. They don't get rich because of the debt costs. They basically make you what you do in a decent job, enough to house and feed family, unless it's a corporate farm, a really, really huge farm. Yeah. Like I've said millions and millions of times, we don't treat our farmers right. I don't think we've ever treated the farmers right. Because we're always so obsessed with, making food as cheap as we can, which is a noble goal. But you know, at a certain point, you stop costing in money. Stops costing in money for the amount of suffering that we go through, for the always unachievable cost of going even cheaper. shit, they could have still had like the medical emergency part, but done a lot better. And it could have been an easy way for the baseball player who became a doctor to realize that, yeah, he's just a better doctor than, or that being a doctor is much better than realizing that his talents are elsewhere as a doctor instead of as a baseball player. And that could be his way of reconciling with the fact that he never played a lot of baseball. Sorry, the whole Uncle Carrie thing always PO'd me. He worked like a dog, said to my sister, just ended up with nothing. Okay, now I'm done. It's fine, Mom. It's very clear I hit a nerve with this Iowa farmer thing. But it's fine to get it out, but that wasn't the point of what I'm trying to do. Oh, my point was this movie could have been better. Fuck me. Of course, they would do it like that. Fuck. No, it's all good. I'm just rambling about a movie. There we go. We got repairs. Well, yes, Rocky Horror Picture Show is much different. These pinks can go into the sanding bucket. Guys will be longer. Yeah, it's going to be fairly strict. No, Mom. You are the problem that's going on is that you're hitting things that I haven't already approved of. So mofo is not a word that's been said in my chat yet. MFer has not been a word that's been said in chat yet. But you can say fuck as much as you want. Effing is okay because I already accepted that one. I actually had to come back and accept it. Yeah, you're making me work. Go ahead and keep looking, Mom. I'm not going to ban you. Not that I know of, Mom. Because ban requests and stuff like that have to go through me. So if I ban you, then that's because I'm trying to just be funny. I actually did that to Apris once, and I learned never to do that again. Because if you ban somebody from your chat, they lose all rights and all roles. So, yeah, that wasn't... I had to restate all those. I do it. Yeah, rubber bands. Three, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14. I just waiting for the resin to heat up a little bit, so I have it in front of the heater right there, and they're gonna heat up probably in the next couple of minutes or so. Came back and saw your messages. Yeah, I wouldn't bend Mom intentionally. How my social media's doing today? Oh, I switched jackets because that other one is not as dirty as this one is, and I don't want to get it all dirty and gross. So I switched to this one because it's better that way. 549 views. I'm pretty sure they didn't process yet. Got another subscriber. That's doing good. Okay. I made really good peanut butter banana bread that I think you're going to like with the mango fruits, but ooh, probably do something similar to chicken nachos tonight for the rest of those chips. I would appreciate that, and I'm going to get off my butt and pour some dang candles. Apris, you are a saint. Doing everything that you do. Okay. Time to get this ready. Let's not get resin on my arm again this time and ruin my sweater. I'd very much enjoy that if we didn't do that. Okay. You guys can curse as much as you want. I've already whitelisted those words. All right, fine. I'll take that. Just catching up. Fuck, well. I don't think I warmed up the resin enough yet. Okay. So I should have picked this before I did any of this. But now we're looking for green.
It's Radio Cutman.
Emerald. Sounds like a good one so far. Yeah. Doing green today. Tomorrow I'm not going to be working. Well, I am going to be working later. I guess that means I'll be doing black tomorrow. Okay. Be doing black, and then see what I do after that. See how this looks. 2, 3, 4, 10. Yeah, we got 10 emerald drops in here. Can already tell that we're gonna need more. Just got the grass green. And I can tell that this was definitely, I definitely need to heat this up a little more. Find a black in here. Silver. Black, yep, right there. Tomorrow's our Valentine's Day, it is. Add one black and then go from there. Yeah, let's one more and that should be good. Yeah, that's a good green right there. A little bit darker than on camera, but it's a good green nonetheless. Okay, like it. But I need to warm it up a little more because this is actually still too cold. Yep, Friday the 13th is also tomorrow. Okay, now we're good. Watching that one. Tomorrow is Friday the 13th. It's the first of a pair of Friday the 13th that we have. Because due to the amount of days that are in February, there's a Friday the 13th on a February, Friday the 13th on a February, then there's one in March as well. Oh, way too much. Way too much. Fuck. I'm gonna actually just pour out a little bit. Hello, hello. Welcome in, first time chatter. I am making dice. Perfect. Okay, next is this guy. Gross. Okay. It means you're making too many candles, Apris. That's what it means. Decided I'm going to do another gold flake because green and gold work very well together. And I think when I make the black ones, that's going to be my last silver flake because I'm actually out of silver flake at that point. Post chips, leaves. Get the gold flake in here.
a bit more. Oh, I didn't mean to put it on the fucking resin. Remember that. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay. Let's do this like Brutus. Okay. Two.
Okay. You know, it's a very important distinction that I want to make real quick. When I showed inventory earlier, and I said I had about, $40,000 or so in inventory or whatever, I stated that that doesn't count for any of the dice that I've been making for the last, month and a half at this point now. So really that comes down to I have no idea what dice I have. Because I'm not counting them until after they're painted. So there's probably, dozens and dozens of sets of dice that aren't accounted for in that sheet just yet. Because they haven't got painted. So I have much, much more inventory than just that. So far. And just be completed when I complete it. I mention this because I have gave myself an ultimatum when it comes to dice. And I've told myself that I'm going to stop relying on purchased resin sets and purchased liquid core sets. That way, I can truly say, all my dice are handmade, and at the same time, it saves me a ton of money. What's remained to be seen, though, is how much other people would appreciate this. I.e., who buys the sets of dice that I've been making. Which is why I'm going out of my way a lot. Whoops, fuck. Hold that open. But I feel like the enemy of sales is lack of variety. And I think that, purchasing those dice gave me a really easy way to get variety at the cost of it. But now I am making the effort to do that variety instead. I'd love to see a more accurate poll of what your top 5 colors are. Well, I can give you something like that because regardless of handmade or not, they're the same. And I don't think you'd be too surprised at the outcome anyways. Because it's just the main colors. So people love blue, red, green, purple, and black. I actually had a comment a couple of shows ago where they were disappointed that I didn't have any purple sets of dice. Now, this was in context of metal dice for that time, but it got me thinking a little bit, and I was like, you know what? I don't have a lot of purple. Yeah, that would be something that's cool to see now. If those tastes have changed like that. But I made sorry, to continue on the conversation that I was having and just literally stopped. I had someone comment that, I don't have enough purple sets. And, I'd sold a few, but not a lot, because, that was between shows, or not between shows. It was between two good shows, so I don't normally buy for smaller shows. I just let it ride from the weeks before. But they're telling me, oh, you don't have a lot of purple sets. And I was shocked. I was like, are you sure about that? And I looked around and I was like, no, I don't have any fucking purple sets. Again, this is in context of metal sets of dice. But then at that point I realized I should probably be making and having more purple sets of dice. Which is exactly what I did. Now I specifically look for purple sets. Probably fucking be an awful set. Not mean that to happen. Now that I have so much of it. That doesn't have nearly enough in it. That was the only color complaint I've ever had. Oh, why don't you have more purple? You're fucking right. Why don't I have more purple?
It's hard to do candles like that when a person asks me because some of the scents I've been asked for haven't sold. I have to watch what sells, like right now lavender for some reason, but also been lemon and it's also been mandarin. I'm forgetting about that sweet cherry one that you made. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I ordered. Oh, yeah. It's also been the lemon and the mandarin. It's also been that cherry one that you made, too. Emptied the rest of my box in the melter. Maybe I can get 30 and 6. Okay. So, good thing you made an order. All right. Let's drop a couple more in here. All right, yeah, those are great. All right, let's pull them out. Set the next ones in. The strawberry one. Yes, that's what I meant. Strawberry one. What I like about this batch is this batch is the first one that has my resin sets in them. This is that blue resin set that I made first. Red's about to go into here. Pink is there to be sanded, and I just did purple. love that.
Radio Cut Man.
All right, so we're going to do something a little unusual because the dice that I had also dried unusual. So, I have a bucket of water here. I have a whole bunch of dice here. My job is to make sure that I clean all the numbers on these guys. As you can see, they're all kind of filled in with white, and you can even see it from that far away. Well, that's residue that got in there somehow, and I don't know how it did. But now I'm going to just kind of hit them all up a little bit, clean out the numbers. It's interesting because the ones that I just pulled out didn't have this residue on it. So I'm gonna have to clean these out, clean them up, and then put them back on the dry table. But that's okay, because again, these aren't too worrying. You know, I should probably bring some of the, some of these dice home, start painting them. Because I have a very, very strong feeling that the amount of work that's going to get done on our paint night is going to be nowhere near the amount to paint all these sets of dice. I should probably get on that a little bit. Whatever's still in this is still on this, so I need to clean them again. Actually, probably would go a long way if I put some soap in here. Yeah. God. By like a half an inch now. think I could do better brush than this. Much as I think that's better, plays on my carpal tunnel, so we're not going to do it. hate this. Doing something fun and exciting. I'll tell you when the reel is up, but I got 30 sandalwood done. Perfect. I like that. Getting work done, Apris. fishing for dice. Not quite. Cleaning dice. I fucking hate. You know, I was thinking, you know how a few years back they gave Leonardo DiCaprio an Oscar for The Revenant, despite the fact that that movie wasn't very good? Or I don't think I've ever met someone who watched it. I think Field of Dreams is probably that. Where they nominated because of, I don't know, the director, or, you know, Kevin Costner hasn't won an Oscar, or something or other. Something beyond the scenes that we are seeing. Right. So it wasn't going to happen. So they ended up giving him the Oscar for The Revenant, despite the fact, again, I don't think I've ever seen anybody or everybody any mention that they ever watched that movie. I think it's just one of those, oh, we should have given you an Oscar a long time ago sort of things. So, here you go. But again, since it was Best Picture, it doesn't have to be Kevin Costner that that was directed towards. It could have been the director. Could have been anybody. They would have won with The Departed and his undercut cop role. Really good movie instead. Crash won for Best Picture. So I'm just using him as an example of like, hey, we should have given this guy an Oscar a long time ago, so let's do it for his upcoming movie, despite the fact that it's absolute fucking garbage. Philip Seymour Hoffman won for Capote, and I haven't seen Capote, but I would have considered Leo for that movie. Again, Apris, it's art. You can't objectively grade art. And I will take 2001: A Space Odyssey as my case for that. Because holy shit is that movie awful. Yeah, I would agree too. Definitely not Best Picture award. It's not that I don't believe you, Mom. It's that we're not doing it. That's okay, Mom. Sure, Mom. Yeah, let's scare us, Mom. Let's get you back to the room so you can watch Jay Leno. Fuck it, I don't want those anymore. No, I shouldn't throw them away. Actually, we better best for this one. There. Cool. Man, that was a pain in the ass to clean. I'm going to clean off my desk a little bit, and then we'll get to some sanding. But, yeah, that was a pain in the ass to clean. Oh, is that really how easy it is, Mom? They just promise to do something that you won't even be able to verify that happens, and then they're exempt from your hauntings? Please show me the rulebook, Mom. Please, show me the rulebook. Okay, well, I don't think that's going to lie in the court of law. Taking your oh, Mom. You know, I'll believe you if you say it doesn't exist. It's fine. You don't have to lie to me, Mom. I turn my camera a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing.
Why wouldn't you be here for 70, Mom? It's only like 30 years from now, right? You're only in your 40s, Mom. It's fine.
sorting through some stuff here.
I'm actually very happy at a magic set right now, and that's Lorwyn. The boxes I just took out. Apris, I have a lot of deliveries out there, I think. If you wouldn't mind checking it. But Lorwyn, I'm very happy with because that actually went up in price. Pretty sure you're busy right now too, Apris, so don't worry about it. It's a heavy box, so it's not like someone's gonna steal it or anything. Yay! The heavy box is, I think, some of the dice cubes that I have. I'll do that right now. Oh shit, baby, you're redoing the coffee flavor? I like that. That was a little unexpected. Yeah, this fragrance that I got for the new coffee scent is less sickening. It doesn't have that caramel tone to it, and it just smells like coffee. And I think that coffee lovers get that more. I would 100% agree with that. I also gave it a better name than what I had before, like a more nerdy name. Cool, I can't wait to see that, baby. Did you label it, or did you show the name? I don't think you showed the name on the reel, but I'm very excited about it. If I absolutely hate it, then you know it's a good coffee scent. Oh yes, yes, Dungeon Dark. If you want to be double nerdy, you could do a Darkest Dungeon roast. But I like that. Yeah, I did read that. I like it. It's a lot better than the other name. Wow, the English guy I watched on Facebook had his records accessed by several hospital personnel during his stay in Michigan Hospital. There's a bunch of somebody getting fired. Oh, man. That is... I would love for that to happen. Honestly, I would love for that to happen to me. Because that is such an easy lawsuit. Oh, I'm so happy about that. Or really any bills at that point. At all. Why would they access his records? Like I'm sure it's not like he's like rare or anything weird like that. It's weird that someone would access records. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, that's a lot. Especially if you're slightly well known, you know what to do. know those dice that I just spent so much time cleaning today, just literally scrubbing and boiling them? They're not even done. They weren't even done being polished. So I'm going to toss them right back into this one, and I'll come back on Saturday to check them out before practice. It happens. I just applied for a March event, so I'll let you know if I get into it, but that's the same weekend as Emerald City. Okay. Sounds good. All right, last thing I'm doing today is sorting out these guys. These are the ones that just got out of the polisher and dried out today. Oh, shit. Yeah. These guys who just came out of the thingy-mabob. And now, I'm here to determine what is what. I'm pretty dang sure that all the blues, just the green ones here, that that's not good. We'll figure it out. That's what I thought. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy's gonna go in there. These are all liquid cores. These are all normal sets of dice. Let's see if I split them. Give me 1 second. All right. Now that I got another couple of these guys, I'm going to separate dice out again. So this will be the liquid core box. And it's just kind of an idea of how many sets of dice I have made. I'm going to leave today probably about the next 10 minutes or so. I just want to sort these out, get them in their proper spot, and then I'll head out. Okay. Oh, I got one down my sleeve. Got two down my sleeve. Okay, so the whole point is these are going to be liquid cores. These are not going to be liquid cores. So start tossing liquid cores where they belong. I know for a fact that's what I have the most of right now. That's going to change very soon. Really should break out steel cores too. Really should break out steel cores too. If it doesn't seem like a lot, I'll toss it back into there. This isn't even done. Nah, whatever. Who cares? I'll do stone dice with there too. Monday is a federal holiday. Ooh, Monday. Shit. God damn it. What federal holiday is Monday? President's Day, right? Well, good thing I'm not worried about getting money on Monday. this is what we got, guys. So we got mostly liquid cores. We have a whole bunch of solid sets, which we are going to be working on here soon. And then I have a whole bunch of steel core ones and stone ones. So it's literally in this order. So we have mostly liquid cores. We have a whole bunch of solid, and we're going to have a lot more because we're working through a whole bunch of them now. And this is all the steel cores that I can make. So, yeah, I like that. I think it's a good idea to break them all out like that. Okay, that's enough of that. I'm going to go home. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna check my email real quick to see if anything important's coming through. Transfer. Oh shoot. Shit. Wait, what is tomorrow? It's tomorrow. What? This was Wednesday. Oh shit. Hold on a second. I gotta really quick do this.
I too once felt the feelings that you carry now. I question the things whose true forms are invisible.
Okay, there we go. Had to do that really quick. Oh, fuck. The WonderCon badge was ready to go, but I had to re-register for that real quick. Anyways, that's all of that. I will see you guys Monday.